Good morning, crypto fam. Welcome to another episode on the Coin King channel. It's your girl down the crypto TA, just trying to, map out the chart a little bit over here. Bitcoin really is in the middle of no man land. We have not taken any liquidity from the upside or from the downside at this point. So I am long right now. We had this position right here that we took, that I took a long position on. About 2 days ago, I believe this was Tuesday. Yes. So, I mean, this is still valid. So I just still have it on the chart for anyone who's still holding in here. This is still on the chart. We got short in here yesterday on the live and made the measured move that I was looking for here. Take this down to the 15-minute time frame. So made the measured move. On this one, what I was looking for here. Got a bounce here, back up off of the golden pocket, just really a quick tap down here in the golden pocket. Before this move right here happened, back up around the point where we took the short at, or where I took the short at yesterday. And so I entered a brand new position from here. And I also enter a long position from here because, like I said, we're not taking the liquidity here at the top. We're not taking liquidity down here at the low. So we're doing something like a symmetrical triangle, some sort of wedgie formation right now. So I want to be on the right side of the market when we do get that move. Right now, we look a bit exhausted in here, trying to go higher. Still very early. So we'll see how that goes today. I'm really looking for a strong position once we take some liquidity to really assess the market. Right now on the 1 hour time frame, there is a negative MACD cross on the 1 hour. It looks like price action was starting to put in, let's see. Looks like price action was starting to put in a positive delta cross, but RSI is not exactly where we want to see it either. So just really waiting on that liquidity to on either side to get taken. So you can see here how we're doing sort of a wedgie formation in here. Just waiting on some liquidity to get taken to determine the direction. There is some pretty decent liquidity down here in these lows right here. So we'll see what sort of reaction we get down here at this low here. So that would take me out of this position here if that happens. Where else? Really, the bulk of the liquidity is going to be sitting down here in these lows here. But once we get into these lows here, we'll also be tapping into that point of control, which, if we lose it, we do risk the chance of struggling to get back above that. So want to be careful with that. Other than that, there's not too much. So can always clear some of this off the chart. So I'm going to go ahead and hide that one, and I'll go ahead and hide this one as well. And I'm just going to focus on these two here since, again, I did end up taking a new position, or not necessarily a new position, but I added to a position that I was in. So I'm going to get rid of this. We have some good liquidity sitting here as well. So this small little area here, there is some good liquidity sitting in here. We could look at that too, in case market makers are not looking to take these lows down here at this time. So I'll add this as a possibility on the chart. Give me, didn't mean to grab that. Yeah, so a lot more liquidity sitting here. And then again, like I said, the bulk of the liquidity is going to be sitting down here at this level. So we want to get in at a good reaction zone. And that is what I would be looking at. In fact, I'm going to start fresh. So I'm going to go ahead and close. Let's see. I'll probably go ahead and just close this out here. Also below these highs here, the 15-minute will start to slip the 200 EMA. Now price has been like chopping the 200 EMA throughout this area right here, so possibly no biggie, but that is the risk of being in this position right now, as you don't know when that will actually the price will actually roll over here. Let's take a look at the 4-hour. I do still have all of the indicators. I just don't have everything on right now. Just too much noise in my chart. We never actually got a tap into this golden pocket here, and I'm just going to go ahead and add that 786 back onto this chart here. I took it off because I was under, I had the understanding that the point of control at these lows down here would mean we didn't necessarily want to be below the golden pocket. So it would make it more difficult for price to come back up. In the event that it was more difficult for price to come back up and you get here and you're thinking I need to get long here, now in actuality you need to get long with some liquidity being taken. So I just moved my stop for a break even here. And once this happens here, then I'll just stretch out the short position that I'm still holding. It's got an alert here on the 4-hour time frame, but I think that we were already in that bearish cross over here. So we did take a theta long yesterday, or I took a theta long yesterday after looking at the chart and expressing that it had a nice little squeeze on that 1-hour time frame. That worked out very well. That theta trade did. And let me see if I have that. And I closed that out. I only did a 3x on that. I tend to do a much smaller position size on the altcoins, leverage that is on the altcoins, because it raises your stop so much that if you're wrong, then you get hit pretty fast. Oh yeah, make for a much better position on Bitcoin. So here's the theta position here. 67.93 was the entry, and then 70, I went ahead and closed it out at 70 cents. Let's see. Bitcoin dominance again, it's not really affecting the altcoins too much. Not at all. I mean, sometimes dominance can be down, the altcoins can still bleed out against Bitcoin, but so far things look pretty decent. Ethereum's the talk of the town again. And Ethereum's about to go to $5,000. And I don't mean that. So there's some selling pressure on Theta right now. On the 15-minute time frame, I'm seeing that. And also for the 1-hour time frame, I'm seeing that as well, which yesterday where I sold that, it did come down back down to about 69.692, something like that yesterday, just to bounce off of the signal line for the RSI and make another move back up. So It's up around 71 now. 716. And they may continue to squeeze the price here on Theta. I'll start to look back at that one throughout the day. I actually enjoyed trading that one, not because it was a successful trade. It just seems to be some interest in that token. So that's the reason why I like it. And I'm not on camera today because I am tired. I am tired, literally tired. I have to, do all the extra stuff to be on camera, all the setup, and my leg is starting to feel a little bit better. But I need to constantly get up and move around to keep it that way. So if I'm stuck sitting in my chair, and I do have a standing desk, but I would be in and out of the way of the camera. So just no camera today. Although I'm ready for my newfound love of being on film. So this is what we have going on right now. We had a little bit of bullish divergence right here as well. That was something that I noticed from the QTD, which is a reason why I took. So you can see right here how the indicator got lower, a little bit lower than this point over here. So it's another reason why I looked at this and I was like, okay, I'll just take a long position from here. I thought I mapped it out pretty good. I came really close to getting tapped. Just trying to see what I could have did differently. Nothing probably. Sometimes it's safer. Like I didn't wait. I didn't wait for the reaction over here. That's one of the issues. I didn't wait to see if we'd get a reaction, and we absolutely did not, because again, price is just being very slow and choppy and sideways. So on the, actually I just use this chart here. Hold up. So on the daily time frame, RSI continues to squeeze here on the daily time frame. Still do have a negative delta here on the daily time frame, but the delta is going to be very slow on this for this time frame. At times it is. It's very slow. There's no curvature, so that is where I'll leave that. There's no sort of curvature here on that delta. Yeah, just a squeeze here for the RSI. And this looks like it could turn back up, and right now if it turned up, then it would be for bullish price action. And then when I look here, still not getting past this 100 here. And then you can see just the importance of that level there on the daily time frame. And this is still rising, which means that there's a good chance that if price breaks below this point, or where this blue box is here, that it would recover above it. It may not be immediately. It could be at the daily close. That happens too, where price reclaims at the daily close. That happens a lot, actually. So we'll be keeping our eye out on that. And zoom in here a little bit. For some reason I'm not seeing. That's because I have to stretch it out. So let's just back into our measured move. So I already have this added. all the lines, all the lines. Turn that, get rid of that. So this is just going to be a lot of waiting. And a lot of people are not comfortable with that, just waiting, just sitting on your hands and waiting at this point. I'm just going to flip through some of these charts here. That's what I really want to see. So injective expects some selling pressure to come in. Doesn't have to happen immediately. May not be a lot either. So it may not be an explosive amount of selling pressure, but this will start to slow down here. Let me see if there's a squeeze down here as well. And there is here. So we'll look back at injective. Same situation here on XRP. Some selling pressure. Do you have any news today? It's like let me see. The market is preparing for something today. Just FOC meeting minutes. That's all I'm seeing for today. Let me check the calendar for this week. Yeah, so 2 p.m. FOMC meeting minutes. It's the only thing I'm seeing really for today. There's some other news, but it's low impact news. Now Thursday we do have unemployment claims. Thursday at 8:30. So that's a biggie. And then that's going to be it for us for today, for this week. Okay. So nothing that we should take concern over. Let's see. All right, I was just checking to see if there was anything else I needed to be aware of today. Trying to be released in 7 countries. Having to have trade. So not really seeing anything. I mean, we know about the delayed tariffs. And the uncertainty around that. Okay. Moving forward, let's take a look at SUI. Same situation here on SUI. So Bitcoin's probably going down today. A little bit of selling pressure here on the 15-minute time frame. I would much rather look for a long because the market is hungry for it. So look back here at the 1 hour when the 1 hour is prepared to squeeze. Let me look back up here at XRP and see if we're getting there. I'm certainly getting there, but nothing stands out too big to me. But yeah, definitely getting there for a breakdown on these charts. Solana, not so much. Solana's already, started putting in this little pattern. Squeeze already started to break down here on Solana. 1 hour on Solana. Yeah, nothing major there. So that's fine. AVAX real quick. AVAX, same situation. Started back here and just really started to push down more from that pivot. We'll see if it wants to create a pattern for a bullish continuation possible. I'm really only interested if I see it on the 1 hour time frame more than anything. And then of course theta, I just mentioned theta and the squeeze on theta, and theta being here on the RSI. So this is where I got out yesterday here based on this. But there was nothing on the 1 hour that looked like it was going to be something massive. But I just wanted to go ahead and get out, and that's what I did. We were at this order block anyway. But yeah, there was never anything over here on the 1 hour, which is what I want to see. And this is where we highlighted the potential for the long position here at this demand zone here, where the squeeze was taking place here on the chart yesterday. So kudos on that. And of course, there was this bullish divergence down here also. Yeah, I'll probably see this across the board. ICP with the, no, not necessarily. But yeah, bear divs across this top here. If this gets tighter, like it did over here, I would look back and consider it. So that's really what I'm looking for. The way it looks here on the 15 is how I want it to look on the 1 hour. Ethereum, it's already done. Okay, so let's see here. ETH 1 hour. Yeah, this gives more of an impression of a correction here. Maybe it squeezes a little bit more and then gets to drop. Bear div here on the high. So already starting to play out the situation here on Ethereum. I'm a little bit biased to H bar, so I should probably move on from this one because I do have a small little order here on H bar, and I'm looking for it to get up to, I believe I have it set for 25. Let's see, what do I have this set for? It's possibly 25. I can't tell right now. $24 to 25 cents. I think that's what I have for H bar. But nonetheless, a little bit of a squeeze here, but they're continuing to squeeze the price up. Let's see if there's anything here on the 1 hour. So nothing here on the 1 hour, so just 15-minute right now. RSI still looks pretty healthy as it continues to get this push up. Check 30-minute. 30-minute could come to a place where it could validate what's going on the 15-minute time frame. But other than that, the RSI looks really nice. No major hangups here. Slight bear div, but that can be invalidated with the continued push up here from H bar. And this is just a lower time frame. All right. So things start to get a lot more questionable here. Just looking at the daily, the 4 hour, just looking at the 4 hour and how we're whipsawing here. I'd rather this be a lot smoother. It shows me the strength, but we're very choppy coming up. And then on the daily, beautiful. Beautiful so far on the daily. These sort of rises do tend to get a breakdown though, and this looks rather wedgy. Looks wedgy for H bar. But right now, let's see, getting up into here to possibly 18. Stretch this out a bit. Can always look for a reclaim of this range. I'm going to leave this to be something that's only visible on this chart. Okay, Bitcoin with the bounce. Undo, same thing. So basically it's pretty much going to be the same thing probably on all of these. Let me see costs real quick. Not the smoothest here on the RSI for sure. Let's see where it bounced from the last time here. Let me just see something extra. It could have a chance to hold up around here. 77 up. Zoom out. So let me zoom out. 1 hour is okay. Based on the 1 hour without the squeeze, it could round trip back down here to these lows. So, yeah, could round trip back down here to these lows in here. Do have some nice equal liquidity down in here that has not been taken yet. So these lows look attractive on costs. And that would be based again on a round trip because there's no squeeze here. So when there's generally no squeeze here, then it can indicate a round trip. Virtuals. Got a little bit of bullish divergence here on virtual. It's not very strong, but nonetheless, bullish divergence is bullish divergence. So maybe I bounce back up here to this support resistance level here at $1.64. Seems to be holding down through here unless they want to come down here and take this liquidity first off of these lows here. Sort of leave this one as is, take the liquidity from here and then push it back up here because you got some nice liquidity across both sides here, all across here and then all across here. I'm attempting to hold these lows. That could be. I don't like this RSI one bit just yet. So for me, this is bearish here on the daily time frame. Even though I can see the attempt to hold here, to hold these lows down here, it's not something that I would play with here. Could be some sort of a bear flag down here at the low too. On the daily time frame, never really got a tap down here into this golden pocket 786. Took that little bit of liquidity, but barely swept that. Just really barely swept it. So I was still lean bearish on virtual in the immediate, but this is definitely one I'll be watching for accumulation. Let me jump back into the Bitcoin chart. I did that. Looks like I got two things going on in here. And I don't know why one of these is here. They are the same. Delete the one from the back. Slide that over to where the entry happened. Yes, Bitcoin wants to take the liquidity from this demand zone right here now. You can see that. Well, it looks like it runs across the entire thing here. No, that's better. Just wanted to see it. It doesn't really, yeah. And this is the box that I used to get long off of. I just didn't set the entry for the low of the box this time. I kept it for the standard deviation. Well, not standard, but for the deviation away from it. It's standard for me, but yeah, I went with that instead. And price was much flatter down here, so it made sense that we would drop first. Because you're basically hammering the same area here, where this is slope, so you're not hammering the same area here. And that's why you really have no guarantee when it comes to symmetrical triangles, which side is going to break. And maybe both sides is what happens. Oh, I'm so sorry. Shivam, I am currently in a trade because I was going through the charts. I missed your message, but yes, I am currently in a trade. I'm actually in both the short and the long position that's set up here on the chart. I'm in both right now. And the reason why I'm in both, as I explained earlier, is because there is no decision as of yet. So we're not taking liquidity from the lows, and we're not taking liquidity from these highs. So I just wanted to hedge against my short. So my bias is to the downside, but we're not taking liquidity from either side. But that is my bias. My bias is to the downside, but I open a long just to hedge against my short bet. So whichever side breaks, then more than likely that is what I will go with, unless the chart shows me something differently, and that I need to get short. I need to re-enter into the short position. And this was the short position. So we entered a short position here, Shabam, and you probably weren't here yesterday, but we entered a short position here off of this high, actually. Didn't even miss it by 10 cents probably. So that was a nice sniper entry there for us, and rode it down, cut it off somewhere around here for my first take profit. Bounced off the golden pocket, came back up very close to where the entry was yesterday. But very low trading volume, so I added in here. So I added to the position in here. And when we took this low here, because this was about the only, this was the only low, price action was trying to push back up after this small liquidity here. But there was a little bit more liquidity sitting here at this level right here. And then I could see some bullish divergence. So I entered in on a long position from here. Something else you can look at too is the fact that price action continues to bounce away from the 236. So very, very shallow retracement here on Bitcoin's daily time frame. If I pop on the 236, you can see that's where price has been bouncing from. So the liquidity from these lows would match more with the 50% retracement, and nothing really in here. But go more with the 50%. 50% bounce, if that's what the market wants to do. Bullish divergence there. I muted my mic to chew on my bacon, my turkey bacon. Apologies. But I was just showing where I um, got short here yesterday. Took about 75% out when price came back up into where I took my entry at. I added to my position as we were coming up in here. And so that first image you were looking at was my short position, and then the long position I entered here. Price moved against me a little bit. Actually thought I was going to get stopped out. It didn't stop me out. So I'm still in this right here and just trying to figure out which direction price is going to go in, since we're not taking liquidity from the highs or the lows. That's how that's going. And I cut my leverage back on my long position to 10x, where I typically would trade with 25x always. Just a simple 20, well, just a simple 25. And then I cut back the amount of capital that I use in my trade when I do 25. And since I was doing only a 10x, I had to increase increase the amount of money that I actually put into the trade, but a little less risky also. I'm really going to be more interested in catching an altcoin position, but I just have to see what the market is looking like in terms of the altcoins, and then what's going to be the best entry for me to get into. So I'll be looking for something, again, like I was showing earlier. I'll be looking for something from the 1 hour time frame. If the 1 hour time frame gives me something, then I'll jump into a long position on the alt. And I'd rather go with a long position over a short position, simply because the market participants are hungry for prices to go up on alts. So those emotions seem more favorable to be taking longs. ultimately, ultimately, what I'm looking for is a position up here in these highs. So this is what I was showing yesterday. There's an entry here, and I put this just slightly above the red box here. Usually I would have it sitting directly on it, and that's something I mentioned yesterday too, is that you can drop the entry down to the top side of this red box here instead of how I have it laid out, which is 109,792. So I'm really looking for this right here for a short position, potentially for a short position to just to come back in and back test in case this is nothing more than a wick out and the daily comes back in, because there's plenty of resistance on that daily time frame that price needs to be able to break through, and that hasn't been happening. It's pushed through it, but it's gotten rejected repeatedly, and it's coming from that 100 moving average that's sloping to the downside, adding pressure to price action. So basically a squeeze on the 1 hour, on the daily, squeeze on the daily time frame. You can see it from the price action and all of that good stuff too. So when I was looking here on the 4-hour time frame, you can see it here too, that this is all squeezing in here for that next leg up or down, but really great liquidity in those highs. Great liquidity in those highs, and we're somewhere in the middle of getting to that. This is relaxing so much. I would lean towards up on the 4-hour. That the daily is in a sticky situation. The 2-hour was given yesterday and the day before, but I didn't really care for the 2-hour at this point. Let's see. Yeah. It's even more choppy now. Whereas back here, when we first got this dip in, quick reclaim here. The same thing I said when this drop over here happened. Actually, yeah, it's this one. It's like quick reclaim here. So rejection, which was some pretty good validation on the short. And now I'm not really getting much of a read off of this 2-hour anymore. So price action more than anything, it's going to be the telltale sign. Change of behavior on this time frame would be a closure. I'm just checking. Just hate to use the long line. Would be a closure above here. So a closure out of here would be a change of behavior, not a wick, and not just this line breaking through here, but an actual close would be a change of behavior on the 2-hour time frame.
Shout out to the Coin King and thank you for that nice comment. But yes, there is a thing called over trading and you will get wrecked. I know all about that. So I've actually been learning to pause because I mean, I love the chart so much. I will get in here and I will overtrade. I mean, prime example. But yeah, I'm learning to pause on taking as many trades. It's not healthy. This looks pretty decent. Haven't taken out a high yet. So that's a nice look. Definitely a change of behavior if we take out this wick here in this zone. Let's see. Have some shorts piling in here. This must have been like a golden pocket back test or something. Yeah, golden pocket back test. What was my move yesterday? I didn't even look at it yesterday. Okay, 786. this really isn't relevant anymore. So that's gone. Could be getting a breakthrough here soon. Soon. Have sellers have been stepping in since right about this candle here, but it's been declining along the way so far. All right. So the expansion is coming in. And there it is. Possible more aggressive push up here incoming. And let me actually get that because we haven't done that in a minute. Potential for a positive MACD cross too. I already have a positive delta cross on the 1 hour time frame, just lacking the additional confirmation from the MACD. Money flow is curving to the upside on the 1 hour at the moment as well. Still chillaxing on the 4 hour. So there's a ton of liquidity along this demand line here. Lots of liquidity here. Actually, the largest amount of liquidity is to get a break above this trend line here, where the highs have been short-lived. It's here. And then second would be here, but there's a lot of liquidity between here and here. So somewhere between. Yep. This candle body here up to here. Or 109.5, so up to the low here. So most of your short traders got in off of this rejection here, which is why there's so much liquidity here. Let's go ahead and map out this range here that we're in, which is between there and there. Take the center line out. For the range break, pair that with the one, make sure that that's correct. Okay, yep, that is. So far, we're still holding this candle low. You can see that there is, yeah, the likelihood. I mean, the sellers were stepping in here again against these last four candles right here. Sellers were stepping in. It was showing that it was declining a little bit on another chart. So It could be once we take liquidity from this range high here that we end up breaking below one of these candles and confirming that we probably come down here and take liquidity from this low then. Still trying to reach this liquidity up here in the high of this range. And then, like I said, maybe it can take the liquidity, sweep the liquidity in here first, and then get a bit of a pullback here, possibly to take the liquidity from the low next of the range. All right, so my outlook on the 1 hour, I mean, I have to say positive. We're getting that push up on the RSI. So RSI was holding the yellow signal line pretty well. It's not crossing above the blue one. You do have a positive delta along with a positive MACD, and money flow has improved on the 1 hour time frame as well. So have to be looking up, up, up right now. All right. So nice momentum push up, and it even stalled out and waited to give people time. How about that? The Bollinger expansion. See how the shorts are doing. Let's see if we get to this liquidity up here. So if we get to this liquidity up here, then I'll be looking up here next to see if this is going to be good to even enter in on the short here. It would theoretically put us out of here. Would just be the daily for me. That could suggest that it's just going to be another wick to the upside on the daily, and that we come back down. But still a change of behavior if we do that from this line, because we haven't we've never closed outside of this line here, and this is from the 4 hour, just a small little wedgie structure here from the 4 hour. This is a 1 hour time frame, of course, but I drew it off of the 4 hour. All right, more shorts are piling in as we're getting this push up because they're looking for this liquidity to be taken. You got the range liquidity. take a look back at this 2-hour. Could have sworn I put some lines on that. Sworn I did. It's weird. I guess I didn't. So curving up here on the 2-hour, already made the cross here on the 1-hour time frame, as I was stating, with the bullish divergence here, which I mentioned the bullish divergence was the reason why I got into the long, or why I got into the long to hedge against my short bet. And you see the bear divs from yesterday. So just follow that confirmation up here on the 2-hour. Let's see, the 2-hour just, like 1, 2. It's looking much better the other day. It's just this 2-hour for me, but it can turn around. It can turn around. See, 30-minute. Nice drop. Didn't look at the 30-minute, but that's a nice drop. See if we're tapping into that liquidity yet. Close to tapping into that liquidity once we get up here into this red box. More shorts are piling in. You can see it here, and I can see it from CoinGlass as well, that more shorts are piling in. I'm actually going to adjust my stop back below. Oof. No, I'm not. Okay. And I have to adjust this from here. See if I can get to it. Oh. Okay. Nice push from Bitcoin. Put this back on the 1 hour. We just tapped into that first point of liquidity. Once again, bears are stepping in at these highs. Look at the short with the liquidity grab. So again, the only chart that we're waiting for to really fall in line is the 2 hour. It's the only one we're waiting for to really fall in line. But again, this is a night. This is nice. This is actually the first change of behavior here on the 2 hour time frame. In a little minute, I mean, we saw it wasn't really change of behavior down here, but this is definitely a change of behavior here. 36 minutes left on that. Let's pause. Oof, crap volume. Hi, trader. Let's see if we have any divergence or anything like that. We do, but nothing that can't be invalidated. Confirming bear div from the delta. Let me zoom out. Let's see. Yep, it's coming. I would like to not see us come back into the range unless it's an invalid break. You can see the range from both the 15 and the 1 hour, but and we've closed outside of it on the 15-minute time frame. I like to not see us close outside. If we close outside of it on the 1 hour time frame, then you definitely don't want to come back into it. And it sure wasn't there on the 4. Okay. Don't have a range here. Ooh, got a larger range here. Ha ha. I'll go with you. I will go with this. Because this is where the liquidity resides. Yep, the liquidity resides here. And then next to be up here. So we've done this break. I'm gonna drop that. I may not take profit on this long position in here. Um, I may not take profits just yet. I want to pull back. To be determined. Right now, 50% retracement would be the line in the sand. We're there. Let's see. Yeah, the liquidity. No, it didn't even get tapped. I'm still doing this song and dance. Okay. First low. So that would have been the entry on a short, scalp short anyway, would have been right here. And now this is coming back into the range. From here. It's like a little inverted head and shoulder right there. But you usually get that from these type of patterns anyway. Let me make sure I did this correctly. That. So right now we're just doing what we were talking about, mentioning the potential squeeze happening here. Little, a little bit of a pullback, and if we come back, we don't really want to do more than say 50% retracement. Can wick into the golden pocket, but that will be it. That would be the preference. I'd like to continue to hold this momentum line here, if anything, as we continue to consolidate over here. So you're noticing here, the signal line here isn't actually breaking through the high just yet. Want to see that happen. Otherwise, we're still just, you can see, we're still just within this pattern, basically, until we get this breakup here. We'd already validated the momentum shift here across these. Across here, you can see how we validated the momentum break across here. And now we really just want to see this push above and out. Pop out one of these little orange candles here. And then we'll be looking at that to hold as our support level based on the momentum that comes out. The same way here, when we did it, bears showed strength. They managed to push price back below it, and then we started chopping at it. So we're failing to get above it at that point. We want to see it happen with conviction and push price up. So I'm more than sure that the daily time frame is really stopping price out a little bit. And that's because, again, of the I don't need to have my indicators. I need to have my drawings. Otherwise, I have to do it like so. Have to do it like this, which is fine. So here, we're showing that we're breaking up here, but does this rise and give us a bearish divergence? That's going to be the thing. So we're showing that we did break momentum here to the upside after having broken momentum here to the downside, which is weird. And it really depends on the daily close, which is why I'm going back to say up here, that this could still be a valid short to take, even though, we'll see price breaking this trend line. And that's simply because we've only been wicking across these highs, and we're doing so when you look here and you see this 100 here in the green. You got a couple of other ones in here as well. Seems like we're getting the bounce somewhere around the 2 and the 50, but the 2, so we're sitting slightly above the 2, slightly above the 10 now. And then at 109, 189, we'll just say 109.90. 109.90 is where we're catching a bid. 109, 190. That is where we'll be catching a bid at. So let me see what that looks like. Actually, let me use this. So we can go with that. And then if I sync this in layout, just slightly above where I last took my long entry. My short entry. So good to see that. So we know that it's here at that high. I'm going to sync this. No, it's already synced. So it's just synced to, this must be it here. I could drop this to here. I'm just going to do that for now. I'm going to drop this like that and put this like that. I don't like it. So I'm going to put it back because we know where the resistance is. I don't like that at all. So that's part of the problem right there. But if we get a solid close above this and we're able to hold that momentum, then we would continue up here. But you can see even here, Bitcoin was failing to break. Like the signal is failing to clear the top of the dynamic cloud. Cleared it here real quick. Nice move up to there and then flip back in. But so far, with all of this, we haven't managed to. So it has made some great short calls, given some great confluence to short calls by just tapping here into this point. Nice move, Bitcoin. You stopped me out of my short. It got me out of my short. So I can now drop that. So we cleared it, but do we hold it or do we reject? I loved you, short. I loved you. As I'm running my mouth. So we're here now. Rising scale here on the 4-hour time frame. We'll need to invalidate that. That's giving bearish divergence to this move, because the rise is bearish, and we then have the low here on the DTI rising. So we'll be looking for this to go flat, like so over here, go flat, and then break down. And that'll be due to the liquidity grab. So I just mapped out these points of liquidity here. So there's this one here, and then coming up here into our zone, or my zone here that I'm looking at. A nice break of this range. So 4-hour, don't want to see that come back in. And I'm going to give this some leverage. 109 to 35. I guess that would be the leverage. I would give it 109 to 35. Okay. I should probably take some profit on the long. So I'm not just getting stopped out of the short and not taking any profit. Which I think will be fine. Let me check the 2-day. I'm at 2-hour. Nice pop, 2-hour. First speck of green on the 2-hour since back over here. We got those two. And this was the only time frame up to the 4 that wasn't looking like this with all the green. Let's see, the 3-hour was looking even better than that. The 4-hour was looking better than the 2 for a sec too. Okay. But this is bearish unless invalidated, so I will be looking to re-enter on the short. Just trying to think if I want to do it from here. The better liquidity is here for sure. Yeah, so the better liquidity is here. Don't do this, Biddy. So I'm gonna drop this down to the 15, 1, and 4. I like that better. For price not managing to close above it. I like that better. Not worried about the break, just seeing if price cannot manage to close above this level. This 4-hour candle just opened, so won't know that for sure just yet, but be looking at that. I will go ahead and take some profit off of my long position just so I'm not left empty-handed, because I didn't take any off of that short except for the very first time. And since I was hedging, I didn't see a reason to do it. And I had more in the long with the hedge than the short. Okay. So I just locked in a little something there, and the rest can stay in here, and then I'll look to add back to it. So I just took some profit. Let me move this to where I actually just took some profit, which do it like that. Oh no, that's my short that I got stopped out of. That's my short I got stopped out of. Was that my short? It looked like it was my short. Yeah, that might have been from my short. And just to share that I did just take some profit out of that long. So I just took some profit out of that long in here. 109,348. And the rest is still in here. I'm just going to title this one SFP for the 4 hour, which can take some time. Scrapping with this liquidity area in here. Resistance zone as well. Let's see if we're putting in that bear idea over here yet. Not here, we're not, but we are here. I checked that before already. So I'm going to drop this line here. We took that liquidity. I don't think I really have to worry about this anymore. So I'm going to drop that line. Nice move. Back over here on the 1 hour. can actually see that from here. Now, because this is the pattern that we were making in that range that we were stuck in. Just wanted to see what it looked like compared to the 2. Just waiting right now to see if it's going to be worth getting into the short position up here. Equal high liquidity. This might be the better rounded number. This is at 109.8. No, 109.792. I really do that when I need to because I know I have enough lines on this chart already. I can see where that is, which is going to be the low of this box here. I'll take that off now. So a 4-hour candle closure above this level will invalidate this bearish divergence. A close above here will invalidate it at this point, but this is still waiting on a 4-hour candle close, and this 4-hour candle just opened. Too many shorts starting to pile in. That could be a problem. That would just squeeze price up higher. For those who are not familiar, I do a panel view of the Bollinger Band. When price is moving within standard deviation 1, which is orange, and standard deviation 2, then it's very strong, much more stronger when it's outside of standard deviation 2. So it's color coded to identify that. When it's outside of the second band, and you get this red, there's some sort of a discrepancy because the color should remain green. So there's a discrepancy between in the settings with price action. I've seen reversals a lot of times when this happens. Well, not necessarily a reversal, but a correction. But on the correction, you'd be looking for price action to stay within standard deviation 1 and 2. If we're doing more than that, then we could be coming back down. If we're strong, then we'll only come back down to 1 on a retracement. And 1 at the low is what I'm referring to, 1 at the low. And I don't use the basis at all. The basis is too late for me. It's either 1 and 2 at the highs and at the lows. So this is starting to look like a little mother bar here. Mother candle here with some inside bars. And it will be this low here. I'm just going to slide this back because that's irritating. So not just coming back inside this range, but breaking this low here. And some liquidity will probably be right here, right in here. Because it took the liquidity that was here from where bears tried to push price down. Bulls bought it back up. So you can tell a lot of people jumped in off of that candle right there. And this larger candle here came back in, took that liquidity right here before running up. So I'm not going to take any sort of short in here, not even, for a scalp or anything like that. I know that this is a large amount of liquidity right here. And then I have my zone right here, and I can see more liquidity piling in, with this being the next largest area for that liquidity. breakout traders will get liquidated. Could. Anyway, that's liquidity, of course, where the breakout traders came in through the center of this candle. I'll close this out so we can see better. And this was the last time over here where we were green, and then we flipped into a red candle, but we were still outside of standard deviation 2. And price came up a little bit more. I think this was like one of the first short attempts made before going for this one, before doing this one. So I remember this. I remember saying yesterday, okay, I went short based off of this candle right here. And then we came back up, dropped a little bit, but I knew that we had a ton of liquidity here. And then that started this push down. So we're kind of doing that now, because I know that there's a ton of liquidity right in here. And we were doing the same thing over here on this indicator. We saw the rise. We knew we were going to get that long squeeze. So, like I said, the breakout traders, liquidity. Yeah. You have breakout traders there, and you have breakout traders in here. All right, so I'm gonna just check out and talk to you guys on the stock market because I do have to check in on that stuff. Let's see what this is looking like today. So EXE, which is Expand Energy Corporation, that we've been watching, and we'll jump back to the charts. Jump to the charts when the market opens in about 27 minutes. Pre-market 106.35. So it is at the weekly range that I mentioned. That price, what price could potentially come back to if we failed the 110, which we did fail the 110. Still putting in some bullish divergence on this 1 hour time frame, but just not managing to get the momentum to push up higher just yet. 4 hours, same situation. Tempest, Tempest pre-market is 59.33. Not exactly sure how low this went overnight, but that 58.31, we're above this right now. We do know that when the market opens, it can be something different, just like it was yesterday. Dynamic cloud is starting to turn down on the 1 hour time frame. So hopefully the bullish divs on Tempest on the 1 hour will start to play out and push prices higher. I would like that. Want to avoid any issues that could come about from that 4 hour time frame and up. Palantir pre-market 139.90. So yesterday was noticing that it broke down from the momentum line. At least the price action didn't. Price action held its trend line. It was just the momentum line that broke briefly. It came back up. It is putting in some bearish divergence here at the highs to see if we can invalidate that bearish divergence here on Palantir. I closed out the position that that I held for a few days. I went ahead and closed that out. I do still have the rest of my Palantir that sits on my exchange that I used, but this was just a simple trade for me. Sound pre-market 13.34. That's my baby. Sound is going to do great. AI music booming right now. So if you're not financial advice, you might have missed the boat, but another boat comes along. So SoundHound looking great. Coin, we're still chopping about. Coin $358.52 pre-market right now. Bitcoin doing like we did over here. I said, gotta know. Let's see if it's gonna be here. As I set, the deviation for it, if I would need to move this up to here, and if it's gonna make sense if it's going to make sense to get into the short. Gotta also take that into consideration. Is it going to make sense? Let's see if we can push up into that point that I want it to push up to. For this liquidity here at these highs, plus the deviation that I gave it. It might be this instead. We'll see. So we got no reaction when we blasted through this liquidity here. Let me take a look. Look, see. You can delete that. Just waiting on that level to see if we can hit that level there. Yeah, I'm starting to fail to get there. Just a little bit. We're a little bearish in this high as well. Okay. A little bearish in this high. You can see that here. Trying to make it up here. I'm gonna go have position size right here just in case we don't reach it. I mean, we can always blast up through here. So if you're following along with me, you know that you're following along at your own risk. Your own risk. And all I'm looking at right now in terms of price action alone is the fact that this was such an aggressive candle, and then the following candle is not. Doesn't mean that bulls can't muscle up the strength to get to push through it. It's just this was such a strong candle, and we're at this resistance and not managing to push after what seems like no challenge to this candle here. I know that we're squeezing a bit in here. I know that, and I noticed a bearish divergence as well. Even though I want it to be a little safer with my entry, just a smaller size. Then I'll take whatever the market gives me, if it gives me. I am prepared to add and cut at the same time. All right. So again, I did enter a small position simply because of how aggressive this candle was, and it didn't seem to be challenged by bears whatsoever. And then it just kind of faded. So I'm looking at that in terms of the price action. I know I'm still waiting on this to see how this does, but yeah, just went ahead and entered just in case this isn't happening right now. I'm prepared to add to this position because we are squeezing. We have not broke down from this long squeeze just yet. It has not started to play out just yet. It's still in standard deviation 1 and 2, which is in the bullish control zone on the Bollinger Band. But we're starting to push in a little bit more. We're not just candles up and up anymore. We're getting swings now. We got the bear div in here, which again doesn't confirm a reversal, but it says that there's some weakness. And we can see that there's some weakness. Never like slow. Okay. While Bitcoin decides if it wants to take my money or not, let me get back over here to this chart, Coinbase. We'll only be putting in bearish divs right now on the 1 hour for Coinbase. Even though pre-market again is up to 358.70 right now, I remain that this will be a lower high, and that we'll probably put in some sort of bullish pattern before any continuation to the upside. AMD pre-market 138.98. It suggests to me that it will come back down, even though it did break out of the descending trend line that I plotted. Dynamic cloud rising, putting in bear divs on the 1 hour time frame. So same thing for AMD. TTD still struggling to break out of the range, starting to form what looks like a head and shoulder pattern. But nonetheless, I still like this chart. And this is just a 1 hour time frame. Tesla pre-market 298. So still up from where it was yesterday. Yeah, still up from where it was yesterday. I had that bullish, losing my voice.
Had that bullish divergence on the 1 hour. 4 hour could be 4 hour could be a problem for Tesla, but the daily time frame I actually absolutely love. So some more short term price action to the downside, and then a pop on Tesla is what I'd be looking for. I love the daily. Apple, yeah, still seeing the rejection with what looks like a head and shoulder formation. I still believe that Apple could get to that 221, which was the low, and then my high was 231. But nasty wick off that 1 hour time frame hood. Yep. Identified that immediately before we started getting this pullback. Saw the squeeze. It looks like this is going to break to the upside. Potentially, this could break to the upside. But over the coming weeks, I would expect a bigger correction to come in on hood, as the weekly time frame is showing a long squeeze. An appealing long squeeze will be in play. Circle. Pre-market 209. I do not like Circle's 1 hour chart. It did get into the zone that I mentioned, which is around 198 to 223. And then the dynamic cloud started rising. And I started saying yesterday, um, if you're in Circle, to just be careful, because I know that there are a lot of eyes piled in on it and they're looking to short this thing. CNC just going lower. I mean, it's a risky play to get into it right now, especially with the BBB and how that is affecting the healthcare sector. But there are some positive signals coming in, just nothing is playing out on it just yet. And just people are being a little bit more cautious with that. Rivian bounced back up from the low. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Off that low yesterday. Pre-market 1318. 1318. Rivian. That's pretty sweet. And Pony pre-market is 1246, so a little lower than where it closed yesterday, but still within the range, near the range low, which is at 1191. Check back in here. Altcoins remain green, so that's good. Bitcoin dominance is going down a little bit more from where I started the stream this morning. This morning when I started the stream, it was at a negative 0.16. It's at a negative 0.33 at the moment. So we do have Powell preparing to speak today, which is at what, 10 when we check? No, is it 2? I think it's 2. He usually speaks at 2. Let me just confirm. Yep. So that's not until 2.
So we're putting in bullish divergence at the same time. I should have thought about that. I did not. Um, so we are putting in a little bit of bullish divergence at the same time, which is why we're continuing to hold standard deviation 1 right now. But that will soon see a break to the downside is what will happen. But how much of a correction it gives, that's going to be a different story. Over here, it only did this much. Over here, it showed it twice. Over here, we squeeze, push up, got a better correction there. So that's a little flag. That is a little flag. Yeah, let me just put this back like I had it apparently. Okay. We still have to validate it, but you can see how the RSI is dropping lower, the price action at the moment. So it's still squeezing just a bit. Unfortunately, I will be ending the stream at 10. Maybe I'll go longer if we have something good happening. But do expect some sort of a long squeeze to come in. Doesn't mean we come down here and break these lows or anything like that. Just, just that this pump is going to get a correction. Now we could, as we get closer to the day, to the daily close, but that's several hours out. And do note, in case you just showed up here or something, that this SFP is for the 4-hour time frame. So it's a 4-hour candle closure that fails to close above this line. That's what I'm looking at. And before we depart, I do ask that you will kindly smash that love button. I appreciate it. Oh, one other thing too. On your daily time frame, and it has to apply to the daily. If price has closed, well, let me just see what we were looking at. Yeah. So you can say here, if price is closed outside of this line, it could be the continuation because we have not managed to close outside of this outside of this 100 moving average. So we need to close outside of these highs. So let's just say close outside of these highs. And you can be continuing. I forgot I put the line right here. So you can go with that. Yeah. 109,706. Or you can go with this, which is just a few dollars more that I put here on the. I just try to give it a little extra. That's all I try to do while staying within reason to feel confident that price is prepared to push up higher, because then these moving averages more than likely will cross over. Crossover has not been sticking here, as this squeeze um, has not been expanding. Okay, let me leave that there. So that's throughout the day, and by the time that daily closure comes in, So far, just so you know, I said if you do what I do, just know that it may not work out, and it still may not work out. Just wanted to share that I did take that short 109,668.7. So right off of this candle right in here. Yep, right off of that candle. Okay, just making sure that I'm in here. If weakness is here, but we can still come up. We can still take this liquidity right here, all that good stuff. So be careful. I cut my leverage back quite a bit, and I also cut my position size back on this as well. Because if we do start to shape up throughout the day, then we'll likely continue, and the long position that I'm in will work out. And if the long position doesn't work out, which I'm still holding half of this, then I have the short. And the only reason I didn't move this for where I entered at is because I'm willing to add. If this is still intact and we're pushing back up, I'm willing to add to the position. Drop this purple one here. We took that liquidity. There's still that tad bit of liquidity in this candle right here at the top side of this wick. So we never tap that. That is what we could be coming in to tap. Okay. Okay. 8 minutes left on the stream, and I just want to go ahead and give my thank yous to everyone who stopped by to hang out with your girl down to Crypto TA to see what I had happening over here on the charts. I'm sure the Coin King appreciates it as well. Please be sure you follow me on X at Down to Crypto TA, and do follow the Coin King, and that is what that is DA, so slang DACOINKING, the Coin King. We'll be back to do this thing again in the morning at 5 a.m. But if anything comes up, yesterday I couldn't make that promise, but today I can make it to you. If anything comes up, based on the information that I've shared, and I will go ahead and give an update on my X account as well. So be sure you follow me so you can get that information. So just sharing that I'm half out of this trade. So if you see a break on this trend line right here, do note that it may be a nothing burger right now, as it is the liquidity sitting right here at the high of this wick, and it could just be grabbing that liquidity right there, pushing back up. So as long as this doesn't come down too far, then I would still say this squeeze is valid. And if we come up, then I'll add. If not, then I'll just cut it. I'm having such a brain fart. Such a brain fart. I can always just turn on that basis, right? Which I don't like to use. It's naturally, we should be holding the low down here. If we're not holding the midpoint, then we should be holding the low. Once you exit from standard deviation, 2, 1, 1. I'm not doing that. I do not like that at all. We're here. We should be holding here. We should be holding here. If this is not done yet and it wants to make another attempt before actually giving the breakdown, we should be holding here. One minute. Get a candle to reverse. Back at the top side of the range that we broke out of. And this range is based on the 4-hour time frame. So 4-hour time frame is really what we have to come back in. We still got 2 hours on that. So don't think too much of that just yet. But if you ever close outside of this range on the 4-hour and then you come back in, that's bearish. All right.
Tasha's at TAP meeting right next to me.
All right. So we can get that bounce. Bouncing off of the support level here. Bouncing off of the range high here. And in this case, I will move this to here. I'm just highlighting that I did get short there, even though I'm not using the tool. And thank you, Royal Family. I am out, and you are much, much, much appreciated.